I'll do it one more time. There's always a delay in this. So I've kind of keep reflecting on what is the best way to open up. But I do spend a lot of time kind of kicking around. So I think it's really important, at least at the beginning of these videos, to communicate to people what's going on. And so today is January 7th, 2024, and this is the production of Science is Bad. It's the most consistent title. Wouldn't it be something that if in the future, while I was drawing this, I just changed the name of the story? That's what would actually, looking at this stuff in any sense, would be interesting. I think it's going to be most interesting when I move on to a different style. Then it's going to kind of be like, what was this guy doing? You know, because I'm starting to feel a little bit of like, and it's my own fault too. Okay, let me get adjusted a little bit so that I'm comfortable. And then I will chat away this Sunday afternoon. I hope everyone's doing well. I've actually really started to enjoy these streams. Hold on, let me get this taken care of. I'm sorry, Mama. I never meant to hurt you. Yeah, for some reason I like to sing during these things. I got some funny friends. My friend just responded to a meme or a GIF. And it's a GIF of a cat being dragged. You know how, like, if you ever try to take a cat on a walk, they end up getting dragged. It's kind of interesting too. Cats. A lot of the people who look into this material have no idea that there are space cats in this series. So I got one contact that's in and the other one's not, and I'm nearsighted, so it kind of causes an interesting experience. I'm a little worried about some of these proportions here, but I'll get it taken care of. I'll get it figured out. I'll get that figured out right away. You get that figured out right away. So, there's been some debate about how to handle the dead space on these streams. I think the main reason why it needs to be the main reason why it needs to be identified is because I was kind of thinking, okay, well, I want to finish drawing. I want you to know I will be drawing soon. But I just, I struggle with that muscle where you draw and talk at the same time, because drawing is something I do very silent. So, there's that. Let's make sure that these are set up right. So I'm also talking on my Discord, which there's a link in the bio to my social media for the Discord. Okay, these are right. All right, I'm getting buckled in because I want to stream for a while today. So we'll see how long that is at the end. At the end, I'll acknowledge how long it's been. At the end, I shall acknowledge it. I'll acknowledge my work. All right, so what do we do here? One of the big issues is that sometimes people pop in and I don't see their comment, but the way I have my tablet set up, I'm not seeing them. Let's fix that. So this is the behind the scenes that everyone's really, really excited about for this channel. All right, let's move this over here a little bit. Also, I was wondering if people might like the stream more if I'm on camera. So I have a webcam, so that's not a big deal. But you kind of want to do what you can, little by little, no pressure, just to kind of get things taken care of. Also, I got this like mic stand that's like something for performers. So it's just a pole right in the middle of what I'm doing, which would probably be kind of funny to see. Yeah, but I don't really know what the stream brings. Yet. I mean, I'm obviously drawing, but okay. Let's do some adjusting on this drawing. I think I'm spending too long on some of these drawings. So what I might need to do is spend some time figuring out the details of how, or blocking these scenes out. Blocking these scenes out to figure out where I'm going with things. Was this at 66%? Okay. I don't love her head quite yet. Maybe it needs to be farther back. Yeah, something like that probably works better. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's merge these together, like so. Like so, and here we go. The interesting thing is that you can just work it out over time. That's interesting. Isn't that interesting? That's what's interesting. Like, I don't really have time to figure out what I'm going to talk about. If I did this weekly, then I really think I could like save up a lot of my conversational stuff, and then I could just weekly drop an hour or so. But I'm actually asking a lot of myself, so I can't be too hard on myself about what I'm able to accomplish within an hour. You know, some people need someone else. Sometimes people need someone else to bounce ideas off of. Well, I guess since I talked to the public a little bit. You know what I will say, the last stream I almost didn't say anything because I was listening to the Cat Williams interview, and boy did Cat set the world on fire. You know, it's kind of interesting because Cat Williams doesn't really get talked about as much as he should, especially in this time where comedy is blowing up. And I love that he's so good at talking ish or, you know, making fun of people that no one really wants to be on the other end of it. I don't know what Cat Williams is upset about. It might be that, you know, maybe he feels like his... I don't know. Oh, I know what it was. He was talking about Cedric the... Was it Cedric the Entertainer? Who's the guy who's doing Family Feud? Oh, there's no one here. Well, let me think. Is it Cedric? No, it's not Cedric. It's, what the heck is that guy's name? Let me ask Siri. Hey, who is the host of Family Feud? The current host. I think he's still... Steve Harvey. The permanent host, yeah, right. Man, I am one of those guys who definitely is hooked on social media. But, you know what's interesting? I think it's actually more fun to be a contributor than a consumer of social media, and I'm getting into that realm. But I'd spend so much time consuming it that it's hard to do both. Now, I think that's one of the major issues whenever people are trying to change their life. It's that it's not just doing the new thing. You probably already have a routine, you know, going. And these arms make it look like somebody else is doing it. That's what's happening here. That's an issue. Maybe if I zoom in more, I can make this work. The old Todd McFarlane approach. I'm always inspired by Todd McFarlane. He's really awesome. He's a great illustrator. Okay, so we go this way. Maybe we do something where... Maybe we do like a close-up. Alright, let's work it out. We'll work it out live on the stream. I am creating things live on the stream. What are we at here? I've been on for about 10 minutes, and I was already looking for something else to distract me. Got to get that discipline up there. Okay, so let's say that we do... all right, let's do this. All right, so she's looking in the mirror. right? Pretty typical thing. Oh, maybe she doesn't pull it out when she's in the mirror. I think there's a series of drawings for this, and I may not have extracted them properly. But it's quicker. I feel like it's quicker for me to do a new drawing than it is to look through this hard drive and try to find the images. So she's kind of got that circle mouth. She got a circle head, and she got that circle mouth. Yeah, she be having it. All right, and then it comes down like this. So maybe it's when she comes home that she takes her brain out. Man, I thought I had that. I don't think I do. Or I have it somewhere. I just don't know where. Alright, so this is the work. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull that out. See if I can find that series of drawings. Whoops! Sorry about that. I don't know. Maybe one of the strangest series of behaviors to happen. Oh, that can play. Let's make sure that we're not. Oh, see, this is really hard with this and all this streaming equipment. Ergonomically, I need to figure this office out. Because I do plan on streaming for the next few months. Oop, where are you at? So I do plan on doing a small little catalog of streams for a little bit. Actually, we can put this music on. Okay. And have a little more controls, like Howard Stern or something. You know, Howard Stern had his own setup in front of himself where he would work, and he could mute somebody or a multitude of things. So I wonder if it's in a different hard drive. I wonder if there's one that's just called Oliver's Dream. What's Lucy 2? Oh, you can't see that. It's not being streamed. Ideas, notes, old. Cat Crowd, Oliver's Dream Recovered. Oh, there it is. It might be in there. Recovered twice, 1/1/23. Oh wow, that's over a year old. Oh my god, I work on these books for over a year. That's gonna have to change. Alright, I'm about to launch a big project. Maybe the computer will crash, who knows? I'm not sure that. Wow, here it is. Oh, you can see this part. So you can only see if it's in Photoshop. All right, let's pull back. These are old notes, so I don't know how relevant they are. It's hard to know. There's a sequence of Oliver walking through the door and sitting down and pulling the brain out. See, that had already been worked out. I don't want to do it again because I feel like I did a pretty good job of it. So it's got to be in here somewhere. Okay, so there's that dream sequence. There's that. What about this? And this is Oliver walking around. Something's... Oh, this... I like this big wide image. I mean, it's cool, but I think that, you know, moving forward, just doing images that are cool isn't enough. Okay, so there's something here. No. Okay, so that is part of it. I don't know what that is, a keyboard. So actually I'm gonna bring these 4 in. Cool, and then what we'll do is okay. So I did go through all this stuff and develop these images, but I didn't really develop the story. So that's the interesting thing, I think, to an extent. Let's see, food. Okay, that's my grocery list. Okay, there. Hopefully it's too small for anyone to excavate. All right, so let's save this as, or, yes, let's save it. Man, I didn't go through it, and need to do a better job of that. So recovered, so this one was the last one recovered. Oliver's Dream A. Okay, so there's some stuff in here. Let's see what we got in here. Just don't crash, computer. Please do not crash. What do we got in here? So this might be the beginning of all these drawings. Oh, interesting. It's interesting that this was called A. So let's see, what do we got here? Okay, same thing. Same stuff. Actually, basically the same panels. So I don't know that this is one that's got all that detail in it. So this might be the evolution of that same scene in a different way. So I don't think this is new. You could argue this is actually older than the other one. May mean I have to delete this one just to keep things organized. Yep, it's all the same stuff. Okay. So actually I'm going to delete this for organizational purposes. Let's not keep duplicates, TJ. Let's not do that. Okay. So I'm actually going to go ahead and cut this. Pillow Battle 2. Okay, we'll have to look at that later. Space Cat's Jury. Oh, interesting. Stadium, Siege, Oliver's Dream, Nightmare Post. Oh, that's interesting. I call it Nightmare Post. I wonder if I ever posted this. Oh, we might have what we're looking for. Ooh, this has got some old stuff. This is toy design stuff. Yeah, this is all business stuff. This is old. Well, not that old. So, oh, interesting. So that's my booth that I had designed. Okay. So let's save this as 2024 commerce, maybe. Oh, we got a 2024 folder, don't we? I thought I did. Oh, on the desktop. Man, I don't know what to do with it. Okay. Let's not get distracted, Timbo. Ideas, notes, no. Plague. We'll keep this, well, let's save this as, Conformity Farm, Commerce, we'll say 24 macro ideas, C2E2. So I'll let that little bit out. I applied for C2E2. We'll see if they'll let me in. C2E2, toys, etc. So that's interesting, but that's not what we're looking for. Let's look again. Old notes, Mud 2, full. I wonder when this is from. There's a scene. Wonder if it's in here. Ooh, there's some stuff in here. I don't think it's got everything I need though. Actually, this is me moving stuff around from before. I kind of like that one. That's her. Yeah, so this is the original notes. Okay, let's try it again. Micro story layout, macro story layout. Maybe it's in here. Alright, y'all are gonna watch some homework getting did. Oh yeah, this is just an image. Might be some of my earliest stuff. Boy, I need to produce this content faster. Faster. Logo with titles, ideas, now. Dear God unwedges the ship. Ooh, I wonder if it's in here. That's from March of last year. Hey, what up, Mr. Streamer? Mic clipping a little bit. Oh, really? Chip, chip, chip. I wonder what's causing that. Oh, it might be too high. Is that better? I hope that's better. Okay. Ooh, this is some really old stuff. Okay. I think one thing moving forward, check, 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 mic check, checkity check, check. Cover. Oh, much better. Just a little quiet now. Oh, okay. So we gotta do something right like this, maybe. Maybe that's what we're looking for. Do you think that music's a little too loud? My producer over here. Book exposition. Oh, okay. I bet that it's in here now. So I got exposition there. So this is the November 6th, January 5th. 15th rather, and then we have October. Let's go with this one. That's good. Well, it's good to see you, Mr. McGruff. You've been missed, my friend. You've been missed. Ooh, this seems like the beginning of this. I'm really gonna have to go through all this stuff. Well, this doesn't have it either. Let's try docking, arena, Oliver's Dream. What do we got here? This one. Yeah, so these are basically the raws of that idea. Space Cats Open. Oliver's Dream recovered. There is a scene. Yeah, man, lots of running around, and now I got a bug. So it's time to get cozy and cozy on the bench. You're getting benched, son. Oh, let's see what this open has to offer. I'm glad the computer's not crashing from this. Okay, so there's something going on here, but this doesn't have... There's some jammer stuff. Jammer's changed. Ooh, there's some work on here, some dialogue. But this also needs to go. Nope. All right, well, it's somewhere. Oh, goodness. Did I just open this one? 15th. Now let's try this one. Oliver's Trails. Charta, Oliver Design. I really think it'd be good to expand on the Oliver story, and so I'm really looking I'm really looking to start developing that story on its own. But it's... yeah, I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's in here. Let's try this one. There's a project in here that's got this whole scene worked out. And I'm bummed out. Ooh. A lot of different ideas on this one. You know, moving forward this year, I do not want to duplicate projects. We need to have a clean, concise file process, and it also needs to be backed up for insurance purposes. No, I guess day 2? Day 3? I don't know. Oliver figure. I feel like I already opened this. Let's do it again, though. Yeah, see, and I keep the same drawings over and over again. It's so sad. It's so sad. I could draw it in seconds, and I just try to memorialize the work. Yeah, and it's not in here either, is it? There is a scene where she does this. I might have to redraw it. So we're in here, Ballin', Act 1. Maybe it's in Act 2. No. No, I'm not seeing it. I'm definitely going to have to comb through all this stuff and make sure that all the... Because I kind of had it, so it's not like I've never done it before. It's kind of like the way that I handle my lifestyle in a sense is like I'll spend time cleaning and I'll get my place up to speed, and then I'll slowly allow it to fall apart like the savage that I really am. What's book 3? Ooh. I shouldn't be asking myself that. That's not a good sign. Wait, I'm working on a 3rd book? All right. Back to this. What do we got here? All right, let's check out what this was. Yeah, this just doesn't communicate the way I wanted it to. All right, this scene's frustrating me. Let's move to something else. This is a pretty important image. Maybe I'll go back to rendering this down. Chill, chill, chill. Oh, that's another scene that needs to be worked on. I do want to do this scene, but there might actually be better scenes to do. There's this one. That's not bad. That one's pretty good. What is that? Jobbot crushing through. That's dopeness of the highest order. Okay, that's a good one. Why don't we do this scene here with the space cat showing back up? Given a little bit of exposition, and maybe I can try to figure that out. Where are we at here? There's this. Yep. Why don't we save this as something else? Save as Okay, so we'll call this close up. We'll call it close up series A. I'll never remember this. Okay, and then we'll actually open up another one. How big is this image? This canvas, rather. This is like super IMAX. So it's basically 8,000 by 4,000. I don't think we need to go that wide. We might be able to do 5,000 by 4,000. So actually, let's start a new one. Yeah, I'm going to have to comb through all this. All this. What's going on? Oh, it's on the other screen. Ah. All right, let's do a custom one. We'll call this close-up series B, because the projects were getting pretty big. So we'll put the height at 4,000, and we'll do the width at, let's do 6,000. So that's pretty freaking huge. Okay, so which ones am I going to do? Actually, let's open up the old one. Yeah. Ooh, staring at that that white is really hard on my eyes. Sorry if this is really boring for you. No, it would actually be on the desktop, right? No. Yeah, the desktop. Series A. So what are we stealing from Series A and putting it into Series B? So I would say the redocking scene. Aspect ratio, I know, it's really big. So what do we got? This one. No. See, these are some macro notes. Where's this one? Where's these? Where is this layer at? Okay, so it's not that one. It's not that one. It might be this one. This one would be good. Let's take that one. Look at that. So big. And then what do we got? We got this one. I'm going to try to put something together so I can put something out this week. Here's another one. Interesting. There's a lot of work here. Ooh, that little brain thing's getting less and less cute as time goes on. Is this her flossing? Yeah, that's a different post. Okay, so we have that. So we got this one, this one we already got. We got that one. Yeah, I guess these are in the scene too. I say we render all of these. Let's just hunker down, see how many of these I can get through. Maybe I can publish something. These are some interesting scenes. Oh, this is one. This is a pretty important one. Boy, oh boy. What up, number 6? Sorry if I missed you. The way I have my setup at this very second, I have to look over to see comments. But once we get these bad boys in, that won't be an issue. But I think we have about what we need. And it's a lot for this scene. Whoa. My guy, so impressed with how often you've been streaming. If no one's telling you, they should be. You've been crushing it. Thanks, bro. It's a really nice thing to say. I love that. You know what's funny is I still feel like I'm not doing it enough. So that's interesting how that works. I started working out too, and I feel the same way. Like I just don't feel like it's enough. Ooh, this is a good one. Actually, why don't we put this out on social media at some point? I don't know how long I worked on this image. That might be one of my favorite scenes, is the whole Oliver. All right, let's grab these and sort these out. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 layers, and they are multiple panels. So it's not like these are going to come through. I'm just going to have to... I think that the project has gotten to a point now where... no, don't save it. I think that the project has gotten to a point where I need to pull everything out again and reassess everything. Not reassess, but reorganize. Get reorganized. It's just that I'm living this really interesting life now where everything I do is like end to end to end. And I like it. It kind of reminds me of school, because I've always been able to do that with school, even when I was in high school. I mean, I was in a lot of different stuff at the same time. But then when I went to college, I did the same thing in a sense. I was just a part of so many different things. And what I learned was, towards the end, was that I had to start disappointing people by saying no to things. Here, let's move this window over just in case anybody wants to chat with me. I can see what you're talking about. Okay, so we got dialogue involved in this too. It's an interesting scene. So this is really the panel here. I lost my little glove. So why don't we... Oh, this is interesting. So if I just work on one panel, I'll do pretty well. But if I jump around a bunch, I lose people. So for the sake of the stream, I will, in fact, stay on one image. So let's figure out what that image is going to be. Also, how come YouTube doesn't recommend my stream to me? I still don't understand it. So surprised by that. But, yeah, they do look good, don't they? They're coming together. Spend a little too much time on them, but we'll get around that. All right, so what's this panel? See, these are so big I can't even see them. Oh, it's the same one. So we can delete this one. All right, what's this one? Ooh, this is your interesting series here. I think this is basically the same one. I don't know if I did the other one. I think it's at a point where I need to make sure that I need to reorganize the entire series of drawings and reassess the book as a whole. Like, where is it going? What do I got? Kind of the same way I would with a movie. I look at these panels kind of like a series of shots that I got when I pulled everyone together and we worked on the movie theoretically. Where are we? What kind of footage do we have? What kind of movie is this? Regardless of what you tried to do, I think as a creative person, you have to look at what you have and identify what you really have. Okay, so we have this. What's this one? Looking in the mirror. And then this is this is, I think, Oliver talking to JobBot. How much of the story can be told without words? That's always my goal. This is not for the big reader. Readers are the ones who actually give me the harshest criticism. This book is I need to be able to tell a lot of the story without words. I like it better that way. Okay, so we got this one. Yeah, these aren't too bad. There's this one. There you are. There you are. And I think the characters can vary a lot. In this field of comic books, ooh, this might be a good one to work on, because it'd be nice to get past this one finally. I really kind of shot myself in the foot by getting too detailed on that one. I might not have everything I need for that. Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah, I moved forward on this, so then the previous one isn't the one I want. How do we do this? I don't think I want to reassess the detail on this one. So actually I'll take that back and do this. And then I'll just make a reminder that there's more drawing over there. The thing is that once you allow it to reassess the images, you lose a lot of the detail. And a big part of what I do is I give people a lot of detail. So much so that people in the business would basically say that it's just too much work and isn't sustainable. But I also put in for C2E2, and so I really would like to have a post, because they're still deciding whether or not I'm going to get a booth. And so I think that posting in that time frame would be very, very beneficial. Okay, there's this one, and then there's this one. Which one's more detailed? Oh, they're about the same. This is a good one. This is the docking scene. Let's see. Maybe we'll copy this and do this on two different ones. So we'll say copy and paste. Actually, we'll do it 3 times then. Because if I size this down, I'll lose a lot of my work. So you got to make sure not to do that. I think this music won't get me in trouble. That's why I picked this music. Oh, wow. You've been motivating me to do more, honestly. Oh, wow. I didn't actually see that part. Well, I'm glad that you're getting motivated, dude. Likewise, pal. Also, you can't be out here letting me get too much done. That ain't gonna fly. You can't be out here letting that happen. I don't know where I'm going to use this. This might have been the wrong way to do this because this is more of an animation approach. I actually use animation approaches to graphic novels or to comic books, and it really does hurt my workflow. Ooh, this might be a good one to push. I don't know exactly which one I'm going to do. You know, drinking all these fluids does make things a little bit harder for me because it means I need to take a potty break. Some people might call it a party break. I say, nah, it's a potty break. I actually like some of these drawings before they actually get colored. This came out pretty good. This is not a bad one. I'm ready to get this book done, honestly. I'm ready to move on to other stuff. So let's do this one. I'm ready to do a different style of comic book. Maybe not do the cute stuff. Do something else. Do something serious. Pick a whole different genre. Because it seems like I did right by the people that like this genre. I mean, I think they're the ones that are buying it, so it's like capturing demographics kind of thing. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. Anyway, I'm going to use the restroom really quick, so I'm not going to abandon y'all. I just need to step away for a second. Let's say I'll be back in... Oh, wow, it's already been an hour. See, that's the stuff that eats up your time, brah. So we'll say... coming back soon. Oop, that's not how you spell that. All right, I'll be right back. All right, that didn't take too long. Let me get my water right. I guess the scene that would be best to do would be... Let's turn this down a little bit. The scene that would be best to do would be the one where the two space cats are meeting with Colonel Spitz. I'll have to line up the dialogue. I wonder if I'll have enough time to do that. Which one is it? This one? Or you know what? This scene here with them in the room might be a good one because, you know, the most important part of storytelling is, you know, characters want things. So why don't we do that one then? do these, and we'll put them on a purple, and then I'll put them, I don't think you guys can see my layers. And then we'll put color on that. There's already some dialogue worked out. And here's the thing, this may not be the committed aspect of the book. The one thing I like about social media is I can kind of try things out, see how people respond to things. Not too much though. I wouldn't say that, I mean, no one really knows what's going on anymore. Even people who really, really like Conformity Farm and always buy stuff, I'm sure they have no idea what's going on. So we'll number these. This is number 1, I believe. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got here? JobBot has determined further communications non-productive. All right, JobBot. That doesn't really clarify things, but we can push this drawing forward, right? Okay. Oliver only hops on one paw. That's the one really important thing with Jammer. Let's see what we can do here. So Jammer's a little bit bigger. I do kind of abandon these cats' ears. They change in size all the time. Maybe put his arms down here. Wonder how that turns out. Let's take a look-sees here. Maybe I should lighten this up a little bit so it's a little bit easier for people to see. Gotta think about y'all. It's not all about me. Let's lighten it up a little bit. There we go. That's a decent compromise. There we go. It's a little bit closer. Yeah, maybe not high stepping so much like the Gestapo. No, this tail works. Kind of drawing the same thing. I might not be able to do better at the moment. Yeah, and I don't think the all right JobBot is understood just by his statement. We might have to do a close-up. JobBot's just doing his job, as a JobBot would do. I also get myself in trouble with these backgrounds. There's a guy on YouTube who took like 10 years to make a book. I think it's called Tanaranu or something like that. And it's a book about him visiting Japan. And he's really hard on himself about it. It's kind of an interesting thing. And what he talks about is that he just made stylistic decisions that made it so that it took him 10 years to do the book, which is kind of an interesting video. I think the video's gotten millions of views, so I'm sure it's helped sell the book to an extent. But a big part of the business is really the Amazon reviews. That's what changes your business. I mean, listen, I don't know a lot of the time, unless the company has like a national marketing campaign, it's hard to know what product to pick on Amazon, right? Because sometimes people just make their own stuff and put it up there. And so you judge between a couple different things: the professionalism of the pictures and the layout of the company, and then the other one is the reviews. And you could edge someone out by 0.1%, and that'll really open it up for someone else. I don't think this is exactly what this is going to look like, but that's okay. What do we do here? Jobbot. This. Is this the right brush that I want? Yeah, it's the right brush. How are we going to handle this panel? I would say that maybe one way to handle this panel would be to try to put more emphasis on only lighting things where these lights come out correctly. And then there's the interaction where he's trying to pitch to Jobbot that maybe we should turn around, and Jobbot's like, no, this is against the rules, which is another interesting conversation about how robots are going to be handled in future movies. Like, I mean, robots do kind of have that robot voice to them, but I almost wonder if the voices, when these programmers, determine how, Siri's going to talk or anything like that, goes, okay, the zeitgeist is that robots can talk like this. So if we're not going to make it sound exactly like a human, which is too hard to do, we can actually lean into this robot thing because that's what people would expect, as opposed to who knows what the outcome was supposed to be. So it's like, all right, it's not perfect, therefore let's push it into the zeitgeist. I think that is the case. I mean, that's the reason why they picked the term Android phones. I mean, droid is taken from Star Wars. So they're basically like, all right, people are ready for this type of dinosaur. This type of robot. So it's interesting that science fiction has actually influenced robots so far pretty well. Maybe it's because they're not exactly that great at what they do, the robots. And so what I could do here is the parts where they're lit, that's where everything's in detail. And then outside of that would start to lose its detail with the blackness. All right, so we got this panel. Sorry, everybody. I'm going to have to move on a little bit to make this work. But I won't do too much. I mean, they'll be very similar. I think the bottom one names it. Nope. So is this 1 for now? Okay, 1, And then 2. Okay. And then this one's 2. Interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to flip Jammer's feet. Or they'll start being more like Bender with the AI voice advancements. Possibly. People might actually enjoy robots being more like, I don't know, like working class people. I mean, the one thing that I think is really interesting about society's response to... Actually, let me back up a little bit. So when I was a kid, my grandfather owned a videography company. It's not some Hollywood story or anything like that. He just happened to have a company. In a family, I come from a working class family. So most of the people in my family, or all the people in my family, do not have own businesses in any sense of the term. They try to work at factories or wherever they can get employed to come home and live their lives. They see work as like just something that happens. My grandpa had this business, and he had computers in the shop, and he actually ran the business. His office was at his home. Now, my grandma would actually watch me and my siblings on a regular basis. She was a fundamental part of the family in taking us to school and, handling day-to-day stuff so that my parents could go to work early in the morning because they couldn't be there. It was mostly for my sister. My sister's 7 years younger than me. So she was little, and they were worried about her getting off to school. When I was there, they didn't know what to worry about. But that's not what this story is about. The story isn't about how much more my sisters love than me. I'm just kidding, Nicole, if that is her name. So anyway, my grandpa got... My point of the story is I got access to direct internet, like modern internet, probably in 2004, 2005. So a lot was happening in the world in a sense of computers having a significant effect on media that was actually hitting the consumer market. So I would stay at my grandparents' house for the night, and I could look up anything I wanted on the computer. Now, that may seem odd for younger people, but back in the day, the internet was only as good as the websites you knew about. There wasn't really a lot of opportunities to search for websites. You could ask Jeeves, but I don't remember that being that effective. But, Google was doing pretty well, so you could Google things, and I could sit up and read, and I was very interested in international politics. Very interested in particular the war in the Middle East. Because I didn't really feel like I was getting a satisfying perspective on the other side of the world. With the media that existed. You got to think really complex, difficult conversations take place in modern media in the sense of 30 seconds and 1 minute sound bites. And the reason why they do that is because they want to control the narrative. So if you say something the station what doesn't want to discuss or how it doesn't want to discuss, it could use 15 to 20 seconds of that time insulting you or using their one phrase quip to respond, but that's a whole other conversation. This conversation's about the internet and how it affected my intellectual approach to life. And so I was able to I was a ferocious reader, and I would read foreign news about the United States and translate it into English, which gave me really good perspective. I could look up any news perspective from anywhere in the world, from Russia, China, from Israel, from Iran, from Argentina. I mean, I really mean anywhere. And the perspective on the United States is actually one that you might be a little surprised. One, the world kind of does see us as a great power. Now, the definition of great may also be big, powerful, because some people might see great as in, the highest form of achievement. So I'm not sure that they see us exactly like that, but they do see us as this undeniable influence on the world. And sometimes the world is very disappointed in us because they feel like we should handle, this responsibility better because they would do it differently. But when you're on top, that's just how things go, right? Everyone else, all they can do is spectate because they're not participating as much. Anyway, I became much more intelligent on the topic, so much so that I was surprised for some people who ran for president who actually seemed to appear, at least publicly, to know less about foreign policy than I did. It's a really weird time. having said that, the reason why I bring that up isn't because I want to say that I have a deep understanding of international politics. I would actually say nowadays I really don't. That was, 20 years ago. A lot of things have changed. A lot of things are still the same. A lot of leaders are still the same too. It's kind of interesting. Belisarius, that guy, it's another conversation. Or even the Ayatollah in Iran. Like, man, that guy's got a pretty good gig. Let's rasterize this. This is where my brain requires me to pay attention for a second. All right, now back to what I was saying. When that happened, I got overwhelmed with excitement because I knew that everyone was going to end up having this kind of internet. The reason why I bring it up was because we didn't have it at home. We still had dial-up internet at home, and the internet was pretty slow. And in order to get direct line internet, you'd have to make a new investment. You'd have to pay the piper. I mean, it wasn't cheap. And a lot of people just, they had already bought a computer. They had already invested in that stuff. So whatever they had is what they had. And they don't know it's any better. And so I got excited and I thought, wow, the whole world is going to get far more intelligent once they get on the internet. This is exciting. And I've been really surprised that that's not necessarily the case. I think there's some aspects of it, but it didn't happen like in a sense of this liberal utopia that I thought was going to kind of emerge out of this new world of the information highway. Rather, what happened was that people started picking out information that they wanted. Or I can't even completely say exactly what happened. That's too advanced, and I'm not sure anybody knows exactly what happened. But I was always really surprised. I thought the whole world was going to turn a certain type of way, and people are definitely more, information is more available. But I don't know why I brought this up. I guess it was to say that you never know where advancements in society are going to go, because people are getting more information than they ever had before. I would say culturally, I grew up in an environment where people felt like learning took place early on in your life, then they shut the damn thing off, and then they go, I know all the stuff I'm ever going to need to know. There it is. Chip, chop, chip. And then they just live by metaphors and old sayings that people would say. You know what they say? Don't carry a lazy man's load. You got all these different things that people say. And they're like, I'm going to rock these for the rest of my life. And you know what? That worked forever and ever until right freaking now. It just doesn't work anymore. And there are people who are committing to that, and they want to live like their ancestors. And so people are getting left behind in this new world. That has to constantly be happening historically. It has to. I mean, think about the people. I was reading a biography about Abraham Lincoln. Big Lincoln fan here, actually, you should know. Love Lincoln. Think he's fantastic. A lot of stuff you can learn from Lincoln. Lincoln did not have a lot of people who thought like him, and he knew that in order to get what he wanted to accomplish, which he thought was right, he was going to have to play the political game. And a lot of people consider him maybe one of the most effective politicians ever. The sleeper politician really is, let's be honest, man, people are harsh on this one because this guy got us into Vietnam. But Lyndon Johnson, dude, Lyndon Johnson is, for whatever reason, criticized maybe a little too much. Lyndon Johnson did some really amazing things. He actually is the most productive Democrat in modern time. I don't know if there is a more productive Democrat. But he also was able to do it by getting into Vietnam. I think a lot of people involved in D.C. wanted to see that war. And the military-industrial complex, man, they like it when they use their toys. They want to do military adventures. Yeah. Oh, man, I am all over the place, aren't I? Sorry. And it affects my drawings. But it allows the stream to be a little more effective, in a sense that a little less boring, right? Like things to listen to. And hopefully I can inspire y'all to be working on a Sunday. Maybe not. Maybe you put it on in the background and like it just kind of sits while you do other stuff. Or some of my friends who I force to give me tabs, maybe nothing's happening with it at all. Anyway, I thought people were going to get, I thought people were going to be more like me, which is, I mean, it's a very juvenile thought to have. Okay, so I kind of developed this a little bit. These drawings aren't necessarily great. Let's see. Anybody watching the stream? We got a couple there. Got one person on YouTube. All right. Powered by Restreams. Oh, James is on here. Might have to go bother my buddy Mark. Isn't it weird? Whenever I'm streaming, people seem to hit me up on social media more. Ooh. Wonder if it's going to be the girl who gives voice messages. I'll play part of it on here if I do. No, this is a whole new person. Gina. Among your friends, what are you most known for? What am I most known for? Among my friends, what am I most known for? Oh, I don't know. What am I most known for? Man, that really made me stop in my tracks. I'll make something up. I'll say my artistic skills. I don't think that's what I'm known for. This is an interesting herbal medical solutions. Oh, so this girl's known for having weed. You know, I'm probably better. Yes, you do. I don't know what that's in reference to. See if anybody checks it out. Yeah, social media has been burying my posts. I wonder what that's about. I never really get too worked up about that aspect of it. Yeah, I don't know what I'm known for. I'll just say artistic skills. That'll work. All right, let's merge this. We'll call this 3. Okay, so we got this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. A footnote in history, Oliver. A footnote in history. This would be 4. So we got to make sure that hammock is handled. I don't know if I just finish this whole thing and then promote it on Instagram and try to get people on the Patreon. 4. Let's do this one. It's kind of an interesting time, too, with art and what's going on with AI. Oh, interesting enough, James. I ran into Jake at the gym, and I had an interesting conversation with him. I didn't realize... Yo, what's up, James? Can you hear me? Whoa.
Hey, I love Jake.
Yeah, Jake's great.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on? It's going. Are you listening to the stream or through the mic or through the speaker? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I wonder what that's about.
Here we go. Now I can.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I was responding to you on the stream, which has a little bit of delay.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought was happening. So what is this? This is 5.
What's going on with Jake?
Well, we were kind of discussing not being members at the gym anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly because, well, there's a couple things. One, the price is a little steep, but I would still consider it. I mean, it's close to work. But
I mean, that gym is like $100 a month or something crazy.
Yeah, and I don't mind it, but it's actually kind of a little out of the way. I could actually so I've been buying the monthly CTA pass, which is $75 a month, which is a pretty good deal. So I was thinking there's actually a gym on the train line on the way back to my place, and it's literally probably less than $20 a month. And the other thing too is that Brooklyn Boulder, their gym is kind of nil, but you know what kills it for me? They've got 4 treadmills, and 2 of those treadmills they're out of order. And I've literally been like, okay, well then I guess I'll stretch and lift, or whatever. And if somebody else is on them, I mean, that really, what am I going to do? And I don't think anything of it. And I kept paying, or whatever, but they never fixed them. And then they put out a yearly newsletter and they were like, we are going to be expanding the gym. And it's like, expanding? How about you guys fix the stuff you already have? And so there's just not enough equipment there. And Jake was actually telling me that for a rock climbing gym, it's actually got the most modest layout for the gym itself, for the fitness part.
The most what?
Modest.
Yes, it does. They've been cutting back on the quantity of climbs they have.
Yeah. And I don't want to, whatever. But that part.
It has to do with the lack of route setters. Like, they've been looking for more and more route setters.
Oh.
But you have to be a certain level of climber, and it doesn't pay very well. So it's like you have to do it because you love it.
Yeah. Oh, I could totally see that.
Yeah.
Apparently, they got a guy who's working there who's like an ace. Actually, the first time I met him, he wasn't very nice to me, and now he's starting to be nice to me. But then Alex kind of leaked out that he's like the legit guy, one of the best they have, like when it comes to climbing. And I was like, okay.
If you're a route setter, you're climbing at a level that's above what you're seeing in the gym.
I see. Yeah. I wonder what. Yeah. But the other part too is that there's a lot of kids there.
That kills.
Yeah. And at first, I don't have any problem with it, but it just kind of like like considering all things, it might be better for me to just go to a more classic gym with a lot of equipment, use my equipment, and save a few bucks.
Well, I mean, you don't do a whole lot of climbing, do you?
That's the other part too. Yeah, that unfortunately, I thought I was gonna.
Paying for a climbing gym.
Yeah, you just nailed it. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's nothing personal. I just thought because it was close to work, but that doesn't. Honestly, it's a little bit out of the way, anyway. So. But
and everybody you're going to the gym with doesn't go to the gym very much anymore.
Right. Nobody does. And, Joel was talking about going, but it's so out of the way. I can totally see him not wanting to go. I mean, it's quite a trip just to work out. Because, working out you really should figure out how to minimize the obstacles to get in and out of the gym. Like, getting to the gym should be a really convenient thing because of what you're doing, which is that you're working, you're working yourself. So I was talking to him about it. Yeah, the fact that nobody's going there anymore, and then the kids and the price and the equipment, the availability for the equipment. So I think I might. This might be my last month there, but I will say that's
a damning thing for them is that they're struggling and their kids program makes the most money. And then, the reason that more and more people are leaving is because the kids program is growing.
Yeah, well, here, I'll say this. If I had a kid, I think it would be super cool to get my kid into that program.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be like, man, this is the place to put my kid. I mean, the environment's great. That's why I feel a certain type of way. Generally, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, my money, my decisions. I like patronizing the establishment. I think it's great. But it just doesn't serve me, and that's business,
Yeah. Well, when I was going to the gym there, I was very happy to maintain that membership because even if I missed a week, I was getting a lot of value out of it.
Yeah. I guess I
was only paying $80.
Yeah, rub it in, why don't you?
I think it was because I got so many people to sign up that I got a discount on my measurement, my thing.
Yeah, well, I think that they had different prices, and the later you sign up, the more it costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're upping the membership again, so I think it's going to be a little over $100 now.
Yeah, that ain't it cheap.
I hear that, but I can also see them in trouble. I look at that business. I mean, they keep that thing warm, and that's a lot of square footage to keep warm. And heat rises, so you know what I mean. The floor probably gets a little bit cold. They don't
put those circulators up. They don't run their circulators at all, so they're wasting heat by just pumping it upward.
Oh, I didn't know
instead
that.
of cycling it.
Oh, wow.
Dude, if you climb the tall walls there, you're gonna experience some heat.
That's amazing. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Do those cost too much or
Like,
something?
You go up so they're heating like a 3-story warehouse, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And you go up 3 stories in a heated building where the lower level is comfortable, and they don't have their circulators on that are on the ceiling. That means they're heating the upper part of the building enough to get hot air at the bottom of it.
That's surprising. Maybe it's the ownership.
Yeah.
I mean, they had that little situation where it was closed for a couple days because of poor management.
Is it Emma now?
I have no idea. I don't know that stuff.
Yeah, she was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there is some lady in charge. I don't know. I tried to ask some of the BMT boys, but they felt it was inappropriate to bring it up at the time that I did, and they ignored me. That's a real story. That's interesting. Oh, dude, what do you think of the vandalism? Not even just that. Our boy Drew finding out who did it. Solving
I'm more surprised that Drew was able to find the guy. That was kind of amazing.
That was amazing. What a great detective.
It's whatever. It's going to make it harder for them to sell the building, or they're going to have to paint it over again, or like.
Well, they're gonna have to. They'll have to sandblast the brick, but the brick will never be the same.
Yeah.
That's what sucks so bad.
My biggest issue with that graffiti artist specifically, because like I used to do a little bit of graffiti myself. Like,
look at that. And he's using his real name on here too.
Huh?
I
know, but like what? I did a couple of taggings in different states, in different cities, under a name that I'm not telling people. Like, I allegedly did graffiti. Okay, how about that?
Okay.
But like, what I really hate about that graffiti artist is that he tags public art. Like what fucking asshole goes around and tags public art? Like, the whole purpose of it is to put out public art.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
Like, why destroy public art that an artist such as yourself, or could be you, is being paid to keep that work public? You know what I mean?
Oh shit.
Like, it's like, why work against the graffiti movement? You know what I mean? Now you're just some fucking asshole who wants to put his name on things.
Yeah.
I actually feel pretty strongly about it, just because he decided to tag public art. Like, it's like, you get an odd satisfaction about, like, when your old boss gets screwed over, but like.
Yeah,
like,
I thought it was
of, like, what's good for the public and for the city and, like, people experiencing culture. Like, he's being adding to it, diminishing from it.
Yeah, they're being degenerates, really.
He's being a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's being a piece of shit.
It's like, come on, like, if you want to be an artist, like, contribute to being an artist. Like, do exactly what you're doing on a blank wall.
All they're doing is the same fucking 4 letters, silly little 4 letters.
And that's fine. It's fine to tag the same letters over and over again, right? You're trying to make your name.
Yeah.
But do it with some like experiment. Like, try and do some like crazier stuff. He had one of his posts. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to advertise to this guy.
Yeah, please don't.
One of his things, he did his lettering, but like with like 4 different cans and like kind of like a scribble.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he did like a scribble fill with 4 different colored cans, and it's like, okay, that's cool. He's like experimenting. Like, there's like a new visual going on.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're using the high filled white spray with your black border to do the same bubble letters over and over again, tagging public art, it's just not cool.
Yeah, listen, I'm a creative, and I thought their whole thing was whack. It just seemed like people who people who like to do drugs, which no judgment on that, but like people who are just out just being pieces of shit, and they're never really going to get caught because of the way that they approach it. They have no message. There's no greater good. They're just kind of pretending to be one thing and then going to indie shows and Yeah, like it's just they're just
And that's the thing is, I don't care if there's no message or you're trying to pretend to be whatever. It's just do it in the right place, you know. And if you're trying to practice to get better, go to an abandoned place. There's graffiti parks. There's places to go, you know.
yeah. I just don't. I'd like to be a guy, you know, and I don't talk about it a lot, but I really do like when people put portraits and really beautiful murals on buildings. I'd love to be that guy. So I you know, I don't want to sit here and have to walk backwards on the whole graffiti thing because I know that's the medium I'd have to use is spray paint, which I don't have experience in. So I'm going to have to put my time in to get it right.
Interestingly enough, a lot of it's house paint too, like street, rattle cans and house paint.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I went to school with a girl who does a lot of Milwaukee-based murals.
That's dope.
Yeah. I was on a project with her once, but I didn't know her super well. But I still follow her work. I think it's Sid Does Art or something. Is her name on Instagram? Killer murals.
That's awesome. Yeah. Tag me in something.
I was more of a fan of hers than a friend. But
Ooh, that's how friendships can start sometimes. It is an interesting type of thing too. Is like if you admire someone too much, you kind of can't be their friend. Like it'll be weird for them. It would be weird for them to befriend you.
Oh no, it wasn't anything like that. Like I talked to her in a couple of classes and followed her Instagram. You know.
You're a creep. You're being a creep. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Sid Paints is her name.
Oh. Isn't there an account like Toys by Sid or something like that? Sid with the toys. There's a girl.
Like Sid's toy, like from Toy Story?
No, yeah, not that Sid, but it's like it's a girl who owns a toy company. We were looking at her at work. She's got a social media that works, and we were looking at her, and she's like a 9 out of 10. I mean, she's just really attractive. And so we're in
I thought you were talking about her toys.
Oh, no.
Her toys are like a 9 out of 10. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I don't...
Like, that's not where my brain went when you said like 9 out of 10.
No, she is an influencer, is very pretty. She's just pretty. She happens to be doing toys. And sometimes she'll do these videos where she's wearing like, you know, kind of showing how pretty she is. And they're not really acknowledging that in the video. It just happens to be the case. She's wearing like a very aggressive dress.
You've been watching a lot of those videos.
Well, we only watched it once in a meeting, and it was a really interesting moment because I was looking at it, and we were looking. I don't want to talk too much shop, but I imagine the way we're approaching social media is the same way a lot of companies do, which is they look at accounts and look at their followers and look at their results and going, okay, this is what success looks like because they have the numbers. And it's like, okay, well, let's be diligent about approaching this because this is a really attractive lady. And I remember saying that in a meeting, and one of the people who works with me goes, I don't think that has to do with anything. And I said, we cannot move forward in anything we do unless we acknowledge that people being attractive is a really big part of what kind of media catches on and what doesn't. I mean, we live in a society where beautiful people are basically selling things to the rest of us. And that's just a reality. Now, whether or not that's the right thing or that means that we have a great society or anything like that, that's not the debate. The debate is the pragmatism, the reality of the situation. And after I said all that, the person who said it just didn't respond. Well, I mean, maybe non-response is a response.
Yeah.
And
I've had conversations like that with people. So, like, you know, I'm in toys, and I get a lot of people who tell me you should make gender-neutral toys, right? And my response is, like, you know, I would love to make gender-neutral toys. That's why I work on games a lot of times, because they are gender-neutral.
Right.
If I have a daughter, I will be buying her boys' toys or whatever toys they want because I think that, like, because I want them to just enjoy whatever they do.
Yeah.
But that being said, statistically, girls' toys sell better. So it makes sense to work on girls' toys because younger boys are more attracted to video games.
Oh, okay.
The statistics of it. It's just what happens, you know, in America or in the world in terms of selling product.
Do you know?
I'd like to be the element of change, but I'd also like to eat, you know?
Yeah. Trying to force the change on society, even though society isn't functioning a certain way. Yeah.
The thing is, it's like you can't force product on a buyer that doesn't want to buy it.
No.
You know.
No. Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it's like you can try and force it on them, but it's more based off of like need/demand. You know.
So
You can't go into any building and force people to buy Conformity Farm books.
No.
You can try and sell it to them, but that's as far as you can go. Otherwise, you're forcing things on people.
Well, it's their money. It's not up to me. You know what I mean? It's just the way it goes. Yeah. We do a lot more voting with money than we do anything else. I mean, it's really how it all goes.
Oh yeah.
There's an artist. I don't bring him up very often, but his name's Todd McFarlane, and he got in a lot of trouble.
Oh my gosh, it had to happen. Sorry.
Yeah. He got in trouble a few years ago because a lot of the McFarlane Toys action figures were gauged towards boys and not girls. And he actually did an interview where he goes, listen, we've run the numbers. If I make girls action figures, they sell a lot less than if I make boys action figures. So we make more boys action figures, not because we don't want girls to have action figures, but it's because we're running a business and we need to move these toys. So I could be an idealist and put out a bunch of these female, kind of pushing it towards female girls' toys, but they'll sit on the shelves, and then all of a sudden, the companies I'm working with aren't going to buy my product as much. And so he said that, and I don't. Huh?
Oh, sorry. Continue. I have a comment.
Oh, okay. So he got a lot of flack for that because people didn't like him saying that. And the only thing I can really think of that maybe counters that is the comic book world's approach to women and girls. Oftentimes when a woman comes out, they even did it not too long ago. The Spawn universe just launched a female character, and she's got boobs that look like freaking missile launchers. I mean, and she doesn't even look like, she looks like what, a bunch of guys who draw comic books want women to look like. They don't actually look like real women, like real people.
Like the way George sculpts women.
Yeah, exactly. He knows what he's doing.
If you've ever seen his action figure sculpts, I mean, they're phenomenal, but they're a little comic booky, let's just say.
Yeah, I mean, they're just, yeah, I mean, we know. And that's the only argument I would say, is that maybe his approach to girls isn't realistic, and it's kind of going through the viewfinder of what guys think of women. But yeah, that was it. What do you want to say?
I have two comments on that now that we've kind of opened up that bag of worms. So there is an instance of it being shut down, and that was do you remember the Teen Titans animated show?
I know of it.
So that was getting really big, and it got a really huge following, and there's still like a really big cult following to the show.
Yeah. And
that's why like the Teen Titans Go eventually got to exist again, because there was that cult following, and people wanted to make a show with that nostalgia for people to show to their kids, but still have it kind of be more kid friendly, because that was where the demographic was at the time.
Yeah.
But forever ago, when the show was being produced by Cartoon Network, Mattel got the licensing rights for all their toys for Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
And they saw that girls started buying a lot of boys' action figures because Raven and Starfire were such powerful female characters in the show.
Yeah.
And that led to Mattel kind of strong-arming Cartoon Network into shutting down the show, because it was cutting into their Barbie sale.
Ooh, wow! I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, so there's this and it's kind of kept under wraps and all that. But
that's some insider stuff, huh?
There's a few videos floating around on it. But on the opposite end of that, Mattel and Hasbro have each tried to push out their own, and especially Mattel, and recently have been trying to push out their, gender-neutral doll lines, or, that one I think lasted a couple of months before it lost so many millions of dollars that they had to shut it down. And then they tried to do the girls superhero Marvel, and I think it was DC, the girl superhero stuff. and they haven't been able to kickstart it again because it didn't have that media presence with the strong female characters that they crushed years ago.
Oh, that's interesting. It's very interesting insight.
So it's crazy that, like, you know, now that the time has passed, it's like they're trying to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, this might, you know, until we get it right.
I guess good on them for trying, but, you know, there's only so much you can do once you drop that ball.
Live and learn. You know, learn, reassess, improve. Yeah. Try to get him to jump.
You know, I had a cup of 256 screws sitting somewhere that I just cannot find anymore.
You getting work done?
I'm trying to pressure cast some rubber squirrels. I can comment on that no further.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's really funny, though. These rubber squirrels are just driving me nuts. Chip, chop, chip.
It would be kind of sweet to make some little rubber mud pillows that you could, like, squish.
Oh, sure. That would
Or
be
something that's kind of squishy, or you could throw at windows and they'd stick.
Yeah. Dude, I've been taking...
Like something you could just beat up a little bit.
I was that's a really good way of thinking of it too. Yeah, something you can just like, or actually that could be part of the product, is that you can beat the shit out of the mud pillows.
Because they could have the butts, and then they'd have like rubber butts you could like squish at.
Yeah, I think people would love that. Oh.
Hit us up in the comments if you want rubber mud pillows.
Rubber butts. I've been taking every single phone call that comes in because I guess C2E2 will call you if they accepted you. And so I've been taking every phone call that comes in. But I'm worried. I get these weird phone calls that these weird phone calls where nothing will happen and then it'll hang up, and I'm worried that it's like AI taking samples of
they're trying to record your voice.
Yeah.
Don't say very much when you get those.
Yeah, that's weird, man.
It's a weird time to be alive.
Yeah, they're trying to get you to like get your name and like enough information so they can like replicate your voice into other phone calls.
And call my parents and tell them that I'm in need of $1,100, and my parents will be like, "You know, this isn't the place to go if you need help."
Yeah, pretty much.
They're like, you should have made good enough friends, maybe rich friends. Is that our old son? Yeah.
What?
Tell him to stop calling this house. Stop calling this number. Nah, just.
Dude, you call home. Stop calling those numbers.
Hey, we don't know you. We don't know. Wrong number. You ever get to see the movie? Oh, you haven't seen the movie Pulp Fiction, have you?
I have.
Oh, damn it! I was hoping I'd get to show it to you.
Yeah, you'd be surprised the things I have and haven't seen.
I believe it. You've seen the perfect amount
when you think it's obvious that I've seen it, I have not seen it. When it's like a bit of a stretch, I've definitely seen it.
Let's see, this would be 6. And then this one's 5. Where's the one we don't know?
Where did I put my screws?
Merge.
I would say that I have a screw loose, but I don't have any screws at all.
Let's see, walks in. Okay, so we don't need this one. This one's already worked out, blocked out. And then there's this room. This would be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so there's that series of drawings. And then what happens
13.
Yeah, 13.
14.
This is one of my favorite scenes. I enjoy doing the Space Cats more than the Mud Pillows. The Mud Pillows are fun. It's just a fun juxtaposition is the cats and the pillows, because the pillows are really dumb. I like that part.
Yeah.
I like how stupid they are.
Yeah, I can tell you've been enjoying the more character-driven stuff lately.
Yeah, I just think honestly it's a higher level of storytelling that I needed to get into. And when also with all the AI stuff coming out, I can't just make pretty pictures anymore. Because the AI can do that. Soon I'll be stuck shining gear.
Yeah.
Oliver, I must remind.
It's almost like you have to create interesting things instead of pretty things. No.
Yeah, well, they need to be. Yeah, there needs to be a story, and then I'm getting some of it right. Some of it is it needs to be original, from me as a creative. Look at them. Everyone will want their own pillow. Okay, so this is the next one here. So yeah, 7, 8. Having your own original style is going to be really important because, I know what I wanted to say. Jake had made a prediction about the future that AI might actually turn the internet into this like people will get back to real life because the internet's going to turn into this thing that kind of like incestually creates content based on itself, and it's going to get into this really bizarre place.
Oh, interesting. Like it starts developing, like people start developing AI profiles, and then algorithms start to get made for the AI, for the AI profiles.
Right. That it'll get into such a weird place that people won't even really want, that real life will make a comeback. Because how everyone thinks we're going to turn into Ready Player One, which is, in a sense, kind of already happened in a sense. But his prediction was that it's going to get silly and that everyone thinks it's going to turn into this incredible thing and it's actually going to kind of suck. And that just original people, just regular people being regular people is actually what's going to be the most desired.
The amount of homesteader / DIY building stuff that's been popping up on my feed lately, and I have not been in a friend group that hasn't talked about starting a commune. You know what I mean?
You have or have not?
I cannot find a group of people that hasn't talked about what if we just abandoned it all and got solar panels or got off the grid and just bought a big plot of land and put a bunch of houses on it and made our own society,
Yeah, Charles Manson.
A lot of people who have done it, and I'm like, really, all you need is food, shelter, and a lumber mill.
You need a lumber mill. You need a well. You need some sort of septic tank system.
Stuff you obviously need, but it's doable.
Yeah, it is doable.
You just need enough people who are self-sufficient is the issue.
I think the one problem, the problem is that there are people will start having sex with each other, and that becomes, I think, one of the biggest problems is that dynamic. In my experience, which I've never joined a commune before, in my experience by watching documentaries about it and having absolutely no firsthand experience whatsoever, it appears that aspect of the open relationships becomes really difficult, and people start.
What kills the commune?
Yeah, that's a big part of what kills the commune.
Okay, only accept married couples into my commune. Then, right?
Yeah, if you're gonna.
I think you'd still have everybody having sex with each other problem.
Yeah, no matter what the system was.
Order to it.
I think that the ground rules on that need to be established. Think about it, dude. Is it possible that the commune concept is a natural inclination of the human experience to create a group?
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, so hear me out on this, though. What if the concept of marriage is essential to creating basically a human being coming out of the dark ages to coming into a commune where they're like, all right, we'll all work together, but you can't touch my wife, or vice versa. And then that's actually what causes society to be more civilized once that's accepted and in order.
Yeah.
I think so. I think I just came up with a thing. I didn't come up with anything. I'm just observing the world.
You've come to a potential realization.
Yeah, it's an epiphany for me. Maybe some other people who aren't as far along in life.
So before, I think it was pre-World War I, the American housing system was more based off of having a plot of land and then building your son's or your daughter's house next to it, and
Yeah.
then you kind of have these like family community-based communes that would just kind of naturally occur.
Mm-hmm.
And then post World War One and like the invention of the suburbs, the American dream changed, and that's why we now have this like kind of separated suburban sprawl across America.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot going on there, but yeah.
I think you are right with your like, hey, like this commune was like kind of our like natural inclination, because I think not so long ago that's how we used to live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that maybe that being descendants of those people probably that it's in our system somewhere to do that, and it's something that can still be accomplished in the United States. There's a lot of undeveloped land that's pretty freaking cheap. It would blow the world away if they knew. Some people know how cheap it is.
Look, I've been looking.
Oh yeah, you getting ready to make your commune?
No, I'm not anytime soon. I don't have the money yet.
But you're thinking about it.
If I made $1 million this year, I would buy a plot.
Ooh.
Once this crash that's about to happen, but
yeah. Who knows when the crash will happen? It'll happen though.
And then the commune grows.
Yeah, I think that's a common idea. I think that was really what people were talking about when they talked about the American dream. That a big part of the American dream was that you could come here and get a plot of land.
I don't actually want to be part of the commune. But that being said, I do want to be able to build like an extra like cabin size like mini house on my plot of land, so that if I have like friends or family who are struggling or like going through jobs or don't have a place to stay at the time, they could like live at that cabin for a period of time for like almost no rent.
That's such a
And
selfless
that's
way
like
to
a
approach
dream
it.
situation for me, because I've been in that situation where like I've been living on people's couches.
Yeah, me too, man.
So
yeah, I
have
always
something like that for like like I need a parent that needs to live with us eventually, but like they still want to maintain their independence. They get to maintain their independence, but be within earshot if something happens.
Yeah, I have similar thoughts. The interesting thing is I'm from a place called Toodly-Doo, Toledo, and the real estate in Toledo is so cheap, you could literally do it while still having the amenities of, clean water, relatively clean, I suppose.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you could pull that off where I'm
What
from.
was it called? Toodly-Doo or something?
Toledo, Ohio.
Oh, Toledo. I heard Toodly-Doo or something.
Yeah, that's
like
what
something slang
my
that
old
Ned
civics-
Flanders would say.
My old history teacher, civics teacher, I had him a couple different things, Mr. Nichols, would call Toledo too little to do. Too little to do. That's what he would call it.
And that's why people buy like cranes and skid steers.
Skid steers? What the hell is that?
A skid steer is something like it's kind of got like tank steering, and you can put different like things on it. So you could put like a little excavator on it, or like a little bulldozer on it, or you could use it to pull something, or you could put like a lawnmower attachment on it. It's like this little like utility, like diesel utility device.
My favorite part about working at BMT was getting exposed to all those makers and really coming to the conclusion that everything is made by people no smarter than you. And if you just take a little bit of time thinking about it, you could make like kind of what Vic's done with his home. You could have a beautiful home. It doesn't need to be taken care of by someone else. Why don't you customize it to yourself? What do you really need? What do you really want? And He
gave me a lot of financial advice. I know you mentioned it. Talking about finances is best for this podcast, but stream. But he's given me a lot of great financial advice, and he's an incredibly intelligent guy. But he put his own floors. He bought like a really nice house, but it was like empty inside. And like he does his own flooring and drywall and cabinetry.
Wow, he does cabinets.
Like teaching yourself those skills is insane.
I can't believe he's doing his own cabinets. He must be doing the cabinet doors, not the whole cabinet, right? Because like cabinetry is like the one thing. Cabinetry is like the one thing that no matter how good you are, you generally there's two parts of building a house that you generally will have other people do. It's the foundation.
The electric and the cabinets.
I was going to say the foundation. Yeah, the foundation. Yeah, the electrical and the cabinets. And sometimes the roof. I mean, depending on your own health. Because the roof can be very risky. But yeah. So for him to do cabinets, I mean, that says a lot about him.
I'm pretty sure he does his own cabinetry.
I believe it.
I've done a little bit of that before. It is very difficult.
Yeah.
But like, you know, or even if you're not doing your own cabinetry, installing your own cabinetry, you know? Because installing cabinetry is actually a lot easier than you think.
I used to build cabinets. I got fired from that job because I was so bad at it. Yeah. I got paid in cash. And they go, we're actually not going to need you next week. We'll let you know next time we need you. And I'm still waiting. And that was like 20 years ago.
Oh, dang.
So they might, C2E2 might call me before them. Actually, let's see if C2E2's accepted me yet. Let's take a look. Where is it at? Just want to get into Artist Alley. What do they say? Nope. Application status, new submission. Yeah, so they still haven't made a decision yet. I literally turned it in right at the end. That's one of the reasons why I got to get this post out, because I want them to see me regularly posting, because I know they're going to have to comb through and make a decision. Yeah. I think that's the big part, like with the comic book industry. The comic book industry is all about deadlines. And if it looks like you can hit deadlines, you got a better chance of getting in more than the artist who's really, really talented. Because they know that, you know, certain level of art can be accomplished with enough time. But if you take forever to do your drawings, we can't really do much with you. You know, I was looking at some of these project files, and a lot of this really early work was literally a year ago. You know, so these books are taking me over a year to do. Not to get hard on myself. And I know I don't work every single day on it, but looking at it, we really got to pull it down and get these out faster. You know.
I mean, you're doing hand-drawn panels and working a full-time job, so.
And doing the entire story, which is actually kind of crazy. What you'll find in this industry is that there's a writer and there's an artist, and they're almost never the same person. And that's a really rare thing. But I think I can tell why. Yeah, you can look into it. It's not a very common thing for comic book artists to also be the writer. It happens, but that's generally like a unicorn. Those are generally like really successful people.
Are you calling yourself a unicorn?
Yep. And every time I try to call myself a unicorn, the person I'm talking to calls me out. I was talking to my buddy who I've known for, I've known him since I was like 9 years old. And I was telling him a story. I told this story twice about how I'm a unicorn. And the second time I told him, he's like, Tim, stop. He's like, I ever tell you I'm a unicorn? Like, dude, he's like, I can't listen to this.
I can't listen to the story again.
Yeah. Because I'm big on repeating stories.
I retell story. I am like a habitual storyteller.
Yeah.
I think it has to do with my bad and or short-term memory.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of both. Yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting. At the beginning of the stream, I was talking about people saying, "Oh, I got all the knowledge I'm ever gonna need," which is probably the beginning of a good stand-up bit. But now that there's unlimited information for people to consume and to learn with, you really are setting yourself back if you don't keep educating yourself. I think the most dangerous part is basically, like, especially when it comes to news. You know what I mean? Like, we're living in a time where there's almost no news that you should just trust exclusively. You kind of have to do a little bit of homework or find a good source. And it's really hard to get a good source. And most of the time, people don't look for good sources. What they look for is the source that gives them the information they want to hear. And those companies are making good money doing it. And, without getting too personal on it, I know some people that are important to me that do that. That breaks my heart because they only listen to the information they want to hear, which is causing a lot of unrest in our society.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see
I
that
just don't listen to any information.
you just keep regurgitating the same information over and over again. Well, I think we found the source of the problem.
Pretty much.
You can't regurgitate information you haven't taken in. Well, the other lesson too is you can't learn.
I take in information from my peers more than I take it in from news, which is like really awful because that's like third hand.
Yeah. Well, we established in one of the streams that you, even when you come up with your own thoughts, you clarify it with your friends to make sure it's okay to have those thoughts. All right, is this okay, guys?
Yeah.
At least you can admit it. It probably would do me. You know what it would do for me socially? That would do wonders for me, because I go out into the public in this town, but with going, oh, this is what I think about it, and I thought about it myself, and people are like, yeah, you're a racist, homophobic piece of shit, and I'm like, really? Because I think, I had no idea. They're like, yeah, and we don't want you to ever come back here, and I'm like, oh, all right. So it's causing me problems socially. But that's
like, oh, that's not actually how I feel. I'm trying to
suss ideas
how
out.
to feel on it.
Yeah, well, not even that. Figure out how to feel. That's groupthink. But just like, like instead of getting mad at me and judging me for my thoughts, why don't we have a debate? But people don't want. They're like, no, we're not working out ideas. You're either on the you're either on the the dark side or the good side, and the way you're talking. The funny thing too is if I'm starting to deduce information, it even goes close to what they think I shouldn't be thinking, they will immediately scoff me. So I don't know, man. I'm not going to figure it out on the stream, but I will say we're living in a time that kind of sucks in a sense of ideas. Ideas are not free flowing because, honestly, a lot of people, they're not coming from a bad spot. They're not being terrible people. They're just saying that they think that there's so much at stake that we need to make sure not to waver in our approach to ideas. But we're not coming up with the best ideas. We're definitely not doing that. We're actually getting really driven in to our own ideas. And that's a dangerous place to be. And it hurts my heart to follow that kind of approach to life. And so if that means I have less friends, then that's fine, because I'd rather it be that way where I have my wits about me, about my thoughts and everything, than having, not being lonely and just being like a zombie, which is kind of what the approach is. So sometimes
that's why I think a lot of people are pushing towards this like commune idea, is because it's like they just want the political system to be something that can be discussed with the group and then be done, or just to be understood completely.
Or
now it's just so large.
They don't want to. They don't want to rub elbows with people who don't believe what they believe, and so they'd rather have a world where it's just the people who believe in what they believe.
Maybe that means we should just get more involved in local politics as opposed to like state politics, like the world politics of the country.
That. All right.
Huh?
All right. So I'm going to try to pull back a little bit, but politics is not what I want to spend a bunch of time talking about. But I will say, I think you're absolutely right. I think if you really want to change things, the amount of money that's in federal politics gives us the illusion that the federal politics are the most important. They're pretty important, especially on the world stage, don't get me wrong. But if you really want significant change to happen, you need to get involved in your local politics because, one, you have an effect. I mean, look at some of these places where the mayor is determined by like there's 1,400 votes up for grabs. I mean, this really is going to have a direct result on you and your community. Do you not like the sheriff? Then vote the son of a bitch out. You don't like the judges? Get new judges. I mean, that can be done. And you see those people, and they run your society. So, but the problem is there's not a lot of money in local news anymore. People pretty much everywhere in the country used to have a local newspaper, and they're basically all gone. So if you're in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, the only way you're going to get news is if you watch the 24-hour national news. And so if you don't like the way that your community is going, you might actually start pouring your energy into the federal politics and thinking that somehow that's going to trickle down into your situation. It's not true. The system is fine, folks. The problem is the constituency. Maybe they shouldn't have let all of us vote. Now someone can clip that up and make me look bad.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about what you were saying about clipping
Stick to the message. Conform to the system, everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean that in jest. I really do mean that in jest. I don't really mean that. But
Nice.
I say it because it's such an extreme thing to say that I think that anyone with half a brain, this is what I think. Speaking to the new generation, they have to be in a weird situation watching their elders respond to the news that they're like, there's no way that's true. but grandma can't tell and my aunt can't tell because they're kind of idiots that anything that's printed is new, like is literally legitimate to them. So what I noticed with the younger generation is they literally say absurd things in their memes because they have the ability to identify what's reasonable and what seems like spectacle, or what's the word in media that they want to do, to sensationalized. So it's like, okay, sensationalizing things to sell media. The younger people, people who aren't even adults yet, have actually picked up on that sense. And a lot of boomers and a lot of older people, Gen Xers and stuff like that, they actually don't have the refined skills to identify media that's being misleading, and things like that. So what these younger generations are doing, a lot of their media is saying things that don't make any sense. Like I found out about a social media trend. It's called like stupid dog gang or something like that. And you take an overlay of a dog that's like, I want to eat poop. My favorite thing to eat is poop. And then they have like products on it and stuff. And it's just absurd. But if an older person looks at it, they'll go, what the hell am I looking at? And that's what the younger generation loves. It's like people speaking Cockney in England. Like, you know what? You might be rich, but I have a language that you don't understand. And I'm going to use that language because I like that I'm a part of a thing and you're not a part of it. Because you have a system that I'm not a part of, so F you. And that exists with certain dialogue that exists in American English. There's certain types of way that people talk that, if you're not plugged in, then you have no idea. And that, kind of puts you on the outside of it. The younger people, in my opinion, if I was going to make a call based on my observations of the last 3 months, because it's part of my job, I've identified the fact that I believe that they're a little bit smarter and they like absurdity because they know what's real and what's not real. They know what to get upset about and what not to get upset about. And that's the evolution of the human experience. That's my perspective on it.
That's a super powerful tool that generation is going to have too, because like I'm still of like the kind of group and generation, like I don't really understand sarcasm, like as a person, but to like be able to detect that and detect absurdity is pretty excellent. Because I also enjoy absurdity. Yeah. But I enjoy like extreme absurdity because it's what I can consume,
And you can also pick up on it.
Somebody trying to tell me something, or somebody trying to like force me to think something right now. Yeah. If it's just extremely absurd, I know. But if it's like subtly, I don't pick up on it well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of subtle absurdity in a lot of the stuff that I do.
I think you are right. I think the younger generation is going to pick up on that much better than everyone.
Yeah, I think they have that skill because they were born into it, and it's so over the top obvious, but because other people grew up with like Walter Cronkite and be like, this is the news today, and that's how the world was. Like the way the world used to be, which was that the news was for 1/2 hour, and you either watched it or you didn't. And if you missed it, you went and talked to Earl at work, and Earl told you what he saw on it. And a lot of the times you would go, oh, well, I'm not really into that. Now everyone's into it because their Facebook page is so powerful in the process of campaigning that people are basically getting hijacked. They're getting manipulated to use their Facebook to push an agenda. And it's heartbreaking because they're generally the people who need socialization the most. They're kind of getting posed as if they're intellectuals and they're not, and it's causing a lot of families, including mine, to kind of separate each other because of the toxic environment that the political state is in right now. So it is kind of sad. I can see why.
Side note, speaking of Earl, I feel like we need more Earls and like Tonys, and I feel like kids' names are getting kind of crazy right now.
It is kind of crazy because I remember when I was growing up, they would say mostly like urban people were the ones with silly names. I mean, all of my siblings have, my sister's I got 2 nephews. One's name's Parker and the other one's name's Archie. And I don't think we've decided what my niece's name's going to be. She's still cooking in the oven. And then Jackson is my other nephew, but it's Jackson with an X. And like everyone's trying to do these names. Like I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up with a nephew named Bryson or something. I guess that's not that weird.
Well, these aren't bad names. Those are like kind of classic American names. I'm talking about
Tim's a classic.
Alondra, you know, like I have like I know people naming their kids crazy stuff right now, and it's just like what kind of like ethereal like dancing in a flower field name are you coming up with? Like they're slapping syllables together, and it's just like, you know, I feel like if a kid wants to be called something like that, they should choose to be called something like that, and be given like a pretty like good standard name for legal documents. You know.
You know what's interesting is there's a girl I know. I don't know if I've told this story before. Who her name is Linny, and that was a name she gave herself. She had a normal name, and then her mom, when she was little, goes, "What do you want your name to be?" And she goes, "I want my name to be Linny." And she was like, "All right, that's fine for the rest of your life." And then I remember when I talked to her about it, she was like, "Why would you let a 4-year-old name themselves?" And that's how she felt about her name. Like, why did my mom do that? Like, why would I know a good name? And her mom was probably thinking, I'm so open-minded. I give their children, you know what I mean? Like, it's tough to get that stuff right. That's why I've never had any kids. That's why I've never had children.
Yeah.
Seems like a tough gig.
You've never had any kids?
Yeah, basically it seems tough. It seems hard. I definitely could have. I mean, it's not hard to have kids. Actually, the whole process is pretty simple and not very time consuming. You don't need a lot of space. You don't even need love.
Oh, man.
All right, this one's not too bad.
What would you name a kid, TJ?
Oh, I don't know. Something like, I probably would.
You go with the name them after yourself? Have a junior?
No, but that is funny. Whenever my siblings are about to have a boy, I always recommend they name it after me, but I mean it as a joke, which is funny because like I'll do it in a text message and I can tell they're like, they don't want to disappoint me. They're like, we already decided it's this. And I was like, have you considered Timothy?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty hilarious. It's pretty incredible.
I like names that can fit on like a mechanic's shop jacket. You know what I mean?
Like what?
I don't know, like Tim, Leo, like just like stuff that's like Mike. It's awful, but I just like the most basic white people. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's where you're at.
That's where I'm at.
I don't know. I like the name up.
I just don't want any kid to be like, I wish I wasn't like Awfulondra or something.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I would go with, I would probably do something that's a little more like, I like the idea that you can give someone a name that gives them an opportunity to be an individual, or you give them an opportunity to be anonymous. And having the name like Mike or Tim allows you to be more anonymous than as opposed to if your name is Raphael. But it's Raphael in the States, right? Like, because there's places where Rafi would be fine, pretty normal.
Yeah, but you could like be Ralph, you're Raphael, you know?
Yeah. Ralph. I like the name Felix, but I don't think I would name my kid.
Felix is pretty good.
Yeah, it's a German name. It's a pretty common German name. I like it a lot. Yeah, when I studied German, I'm half German, yeah.
Oh.
I'm German. Actually, I took a DNA test. I'm actually 20% French and 30% German. All right, there's a 1% in there that's like Scottish, Irish or something like that, but it's like less than 1%. But I had no idea that I had French ethnicity.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm a mutt, dude. I am a through and through mutt.
I thought I was until we found out that I'm like pretty purebred Irish.
I mean, I'm not laughing at you, but that's pretty awesome though.
Yeah, no, I'm like Irish and then like just like a touch Polish.
My buddy Charlie, who was my toy influence growing up, I've told you about Charlie. He's one of my best friends.
His parents came here from Scotland, and we don't hear a lot about the Scots because it was the Irish who came here in droves during the famine.
Yeah.
And so you generally hear more about them, but he was like a huge influence on me. He was kind of he was a friend, but in a way he was kind of a father figure, which I didn't realize until after he passed away that was so significant. But the one thing I thought was interesting about him, he was unmarried, he had no children. His dad came here because he had dual citizenship. His dad was able to come here, and his mom wasn't allowed into the United States for whatever reason. And so she had to get into Canada, and then I'm assuming, snuck in. And, it's interesting. Towards the end of his life, he was very harsh on immigration laws. And I was like, your mom wasn't illegal. And he was like, no, that's not the case. Because apparently she got here, and then the country was like, yeah, you're fine. And they gave her a social security number or whatever, however they handle that. And he doesn't realize I'm kind of pointing out like the favoritism for the European countries and how the immigration process favors them. But anyway, that's not what I'm trying to talk about. The thing I think is interesting. So his parents came here, and his dad, his mom was a homemaker. This guy was born in like 1929. So his parents came here and he was the youngest of like 8. And so his parents were born in the 1800s, whatever. And this guy was like one of my best friends. And so he worked at a company called Beaver Tools. I don't know what he was doing, building tools or something for the company. And the company got bought. No, the first thing he did was he went into the Marines. And he went into the Marines. And this is so absurd. Shows you how people's lives can really happen. So this is how he joined the Marines. A friend of his in the neighborhood goes, hey, I'm joining the Marines. You should join with me. I'm pretty sure we could be together if we sign up at the same time, which is definitely not how it works. And so Charlie goes,
you have to take me out of that.
I mean, dude, this was probably the 30s, maybe.
Oh yeah. I don't think the ASVAB was where it was.
No, I don't think the ASVAB was a thing. Yeah. Wasn't the Air Force just part of the Navy back then? Or was there an Air Force back then?
Wait.
Because I'm assuming the Air Force started on aircraft carriers.
The Air Force, I think, established themselves. I think. Did they come from the Army? Because I know the Marines came from the Navy.
Oh, wow.
They might have. Yeah, because Marines don't like a Marine. If you tell this to a Marine, they'll get mad at you. And this is what my Navy brother told me.
Okay.
Was that all Marines are technically Navy men?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which is interesting because they work with both they kind of work with a lot of the departments.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, so his friend said, "Hey, join the Marines with me," and he goes, "Oh, okay." And so the morning he's supposed to go, his friend goes, "Oh, I don't know what it was, but he canceled." And Charlie ended up going. Then he joined the Navy because this guy, he promised he would go. And the other guy didn't even join the Marines, not the Navy. Join the Marines. And here's another interesting step in his life. So he didn't smoke, and he smoked for 50 years at the end of his life, right? He quit smoking at 75, I believe, or 65. I'm not sure. Might have been 75. Yeah, he quit at 75 years old, and he always said, "Don't smoke," whatever. He was like a pretty chronic smoker. So how did he start smoking? He was in boot camp, and one of the guys he bunked with smoked a lot, but he could only order 1 carton of cigarettes every time they made an order. And he goes, "Hey, if you don't mind, do you mind ordering another carton so I have another carton of smoke?" And he goes, "Okay, yeah, that's fine." And then he realized that he could get in trouble if they realized he was ordering it for the other guy. So he just started smoking them to not blow his cover. And then he smoked for 50 years after that. Then he got out of the Marines. Yeah. Then he got out of the Marines and didn't see any action or anything. There was no war at the time. And then he started working for a company called Beaver Tools and made tools for a long time. And then the company got sold out. And I don't know what happened from there, if the company shut down or what. But he was able to pull a retirement from that. But at the end of his life, his retirement was worth $70 a month. So that's crazy, right? And then after that, he was driving checks. No, oh wait, the first thing he was doing was at some point he started collecting Depression era glass. Oh, that's interesting. This, I guess, is the right platform to tell this story. He was selling Depression era glass, and he started doing it with his sister Mary, who was a little older than him. And this is
uranium in it or what?
Well, I'm not sure actually, but I just know that there was glass that was collectible that if it came out during the Depression, that 1929 era. Generally it was colored glass. It had very specific patterns to it, and they were just dealers of it. And one day he goes to a garage sale and he sees one of those that are famous now, but at the time he didn't, you didn't know it was in the 70s. He did this. It was that monkey that clangs those cymbals together, the wind-up monkey. And he bought it at a garage sale for like a couple bucks, and then he just happened to sit it on the table at one of the glass sales. And he just put it on the table, right? So this guy, he would go to shows. So that was the whole business back then, right? Before the internet. And he was one of those dealers. And someone bought it and he sold it for it was either like $75 or something like that. And that was in the 70s. And that caused him to start getting into toys. And so he started learning about toys and selling toys. And his sister decided to jump on board. But she said she'll just, she'll do dolls, like porcelain dolls, Barbies, collectible Barbies. Yeah. And so he started, then I think in the 70s, Star Wars came out. He became a huge Star Wars fan. And then they upped their collection. He was in action figures, but he was in a multitude of things toys-wise. They were then he became like a comic book dealer, but mostly toys, but just at least a rack of comic books. Then they decided to open up their own shop in Toledo. And I think it was called Kids Again. I could be wrong. And they lasted for 1 year, and they had a whole shop where, they had a bed in the back room or whatever. And he did his taxes, and he ended up owing too much to the IRS. And so they had to close up shop. They didn't have enough money. And they had to take the whole collection and move it into the house. They had this huge collection. Then Mary got sick. She passes away. Charlie's 65 years old. He's retired. He's getting money from being a Marine. He's got the VA from being a Marine. He's got Social Security, and he's got that little bit of Beaver Tool money. So he's kind of still hustling with the toys, and he opens up his garage and he sets it up like a store with toys. And here I come. I'm 9 years old, and I go to this shop, I'm 9 years old, and I see this garage sale with all toys. And I walk around the inventory. He's just sitting there, right? It's just a guy with inventory. The thing with me was I grew up with one of those 90s families where people would stand in line for a commemorative plate as an investment for the future. Actually, I do remember an excessive amount of investment in collectibles that you could buy retail. It was a terrible idea to do. Actually, if you still had that stuff today, it could do actually all right. But I don't remember any. I mean, maybe they made some money, but their crash happened, and then you're holding on to all this inventory. But I grew up around it. Was my point. My dad collected cards. I would have a Beckett. I memorized the Beckett. When I was like a little kid, I could tell you what a card was worth just by looking at it. I could be within $1 for sure. Like just any card made between 92 to I don't know whatever year that was, the late 90s. And so I was into it. So I go in there and I see this huge collection, and I could identify what was really valuable and why it would be valuable. And I just happened to be interested in this stuff. And then he had that shop, and I would come by and we would talk about toys, and we were friends for a summer. And then it went into multiple summers, and I don't know. We just stayed friends. But we just talked about toys. And so I would get the Beckett's from him, like what toys were worth, and I could see what toys were being marketed all the time, like toys that didn't last. There's one set of toys that I don't like, but always exists, is super morbid, gruesome detail toys, of just these really awful, experiences, like Hellraiser stuff. You know what Hellraiser is?
That's what you meant. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. That's just over the top.
You're talking about Fuglies or something.
I don't know what that is.
I think they were called Fuglies.
Fuglies?
They were, like,
No,
dolls
not
that
like
had,
that.
like, teeth, and like you'd squeeze them and they'd go.
Oh, this says I'm not online anymore. Yeah, I am. But anyway, yeah, so I would get these Beckett's and I had all this exposure, and that was really when I'd learned about Todd McFarlane, and it was mostly because he wrote his name so big on his covers, and he was doing a really cool job, but his marketing was immaculate, and I think that probably irritated people, honestly, him writing his signature really big. I feel like he doesn't bring that up enough. Yeah, and so we used to talk about Todd McFarlane, and it was from a collector's perspective. And I started, when the Pokemon cards came out, I realized it was the same thing. I could see these patterns that people kind of like all line up with this, with these different things. And so I feel like I had a pretty good understanding of the stuff that was working, it wasn't working. Or you could see when something would launch, whether or not it would work. I was wrong about Digimon. I thought Digimon was going to suck. And I think
Digimon had a good chance, but they just didn't like support it as much as Pokemon did.
Oh yeah, Pokemon's like
if you
got
try to play a Digimon game, they're ass. There's not a single good Digimon game.
Oh, I see.
But there's like a shit ton of good Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I mean Pokemon slays. I mean, is Pokemon a Nintendo product?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't even realize it.
Like Japan's mascot.
Yeah, dude.
Actually.
Yeah.
Like
Dude, I constantly look at.
They have Pikachu come and cheer on their competitors.
Yeah, I saw that. You know, anytime, honestly, I'm gonna have to admit it. I'm gonna be honest here. Anytime there's like Pikachu merch, I look at it. I don't think I've ever bought a piece of Pikachu merch, but I will say I'm looking.
I have some Pikachu merch. I got a stuffed Pikachu hanging by my 3D printers. I got my Nintendo Switch case is a Pikachu case.
Maybe me buying Smash Brothers.
One of my mains in Smash Brothers.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I guess that's not merch though. I was gonna say buying the Smash Brothers game on Switch is my way of supporting it. I guess that kind of is. I just think the character design on Pikachu is genius.
You got any Pokemon cards?
No, not anymore. I sold them all.
I have one Pokemon card left, and it's a Horsey.
It's a what?
Horsey. It's a
oh.
If you're
I'm only.
you see it on my little shelf.
I had a cat once, and I named him Mew.
Named him what?
Mew.
Mew.
Mew's a good name.
Mew too.
But
that was a sad movie, the Mewtwo movie.
Yeah, I don't think I ever watched it.
That made kids cry.
There was a presidential hopeful, Herman Cain, when he conceded that he wasn't, he was going to drop out of the presidential race. He quoted the Pokemon movie as his final, goodbye. You know about that?
No.
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
He quotes that, yeah. That's funny about these candidates, Yeah, let's not care about politics. I don't know why I don't like this angle with, maybe it's because I'm doing everything so flat. I need to move the perspective on these things. Like I'm that's one thing there I go again. Just doing the same stuff. Bad TJ. All right. Let's take another whack at this. She should be looking like this.
Do I need to get the TJ whacking stick?
The whacking stick.
Or the spray bottle?
The TJ.
You are drawing cats. The spray bottle would make more sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So then, it would actually be more like this. Now, before, what I would do is I would try to save those eyes from the other drawing, but I'm just going to keep moving forward. I don't need them. Maybe I'll use them for something else, but... And then the ears are here and here. Ooh, there we go. There we go.
Not too bad. Dang it. Nah, whatever. The one thing I do like that the comic book world gifts you is that if you take a shot at drawing a character by hand over and over again, people will like things can be exaggerated and kind of like not right. They just move on to the next panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't even nobody even takes note. The one thing is my book's full of splash pages, which is not really how you're supposed to do it.
It's a book filled with splash pages.
Basically, it is. It's not. The only other book that did that is The Death of Superman.
The Death of what?
Death of Superman.
Oh yes, we've had this conversation.
Oh, dang it. Let's do here.
I'm dealing with one of the only examples of when I actually ask somebody for help. So I have a problem asking people for help when I need it.
Really?
And the one time that I did, I had somebody screwing these parts together for me. Because I had to screw them together, I had to push rubber into them, and I had to unscrew the part. And it's like one of the only times I've ever asked for help. And the person who was putting the screws in didn't use the screws that I gave them, and instead used screws that they were just finding around, and ended up destroying all the holes for it. So now I have to find all those screws that they used to reuse this part, because it takes forever to remake the part that I need to put the screws in, and it's also made me trust people even less than I normally do when working on projects.
What a sad story.
Yeah.
This just happened, right now?
It happened a couple weeks ago, but it's I'm still getting fucked over by it.
Damn. Yeah, man. It's tough because you still have to trust people.
Yep.
You don't have a choice. You can't do everything on your own.
Yeah, it's just frustrating that anytime I do trust somebody, it's like, oh wow, you've added days of extra work to my list. Should have just done this on my own,
Ooh, I feel like I'm starting to hit. I like this. So what the perspective lines are, I can find the perspective lines too. They're right here and right here. So it'd be so really he could come out more. Ooh, all right. How long did that take? 2.5 hours? Pretty good, pretty good. How long have I been going? I don't know. Oops. Yeah, let's work on the perspective. Let's let it pop out more. Like this. I'm going to keep this though. I'm not going to sit here and just draw it over and over and over again. I would do it if I was just working on my skills. I'm developing my skills while I work on a project. That's basically the decision that I've made here. That's the decision that I've made here. So let's see. There and there. I guess I could force the perspective here too if I want. And then we could actually show her feeding. What do you feed a pillow baby? Let's just give him carrots.
Cotton.
Yeah, because if he ingests carrots, cotton.
If It'd be kind of funny if they just trying to feed the pillow baby a bunch of stuff, and then it starts coughing up mud.
Well, the pillow baby
Or the
doesn't.
mud becomes a
Well, there's no mud in the system of the pillow baby. This is just something made by Charta. Made this. This is the pillow that was given to Oliver in the first book. So I don't know. We could feed him. We could feed him cotton. We could feed him fabric, but then that would be kind of interesting that they're just constantly eating. And where does that go? Yeah, just don't give
what
it.
What do the Chardanians eat?
I mean, that would answer this question, huh? I don't know. What do they eat?
You know what I mean? Like the Chardanians, like the mud pillows eat mud, which establishes the fact that they eat. But what do the Chardanians eat to stay clean? Do they keep eating those like flowers that they came from?
Well, I think vegetables seems fine, right? They eat vegetables basically.
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be kind of interesting too if Charta. You know what I could do without updating the first book too much at all is I could make it that Charta gives the exposition in the beginning of this book, and that sets everything up, and then there's also an even deeper like underlying story from the first book, so you could still justify the first book. And then
your audio is not on my end. I don't know if it's coming in through YouTube, but
on YouTube
I can't hear you. I know. I don't know if it's probably coming in fine through YouTube. Through the Discord, I can barely hear you.
Okay. Let's check it out.
Here, keep talking. I'm gonna switch over to the YouTube.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So the I would say they eat vegetables. Vegetables. And so maybe there's a specific vegetable that they eat that's kind of like a carrot. Okay, and then Charta would probably give that to Oliver. Yeah, gives Oliver. So he would explain what they eat. Give Oliver. So I'm going to make them like carrots. Basically eats carrots. But they're like Flufferton carrots, so we'll come up with a different name. Okay. What do you got going on here? Well, there you go. Some good work got done. All right.
Yeah, that's weird. It's only over Discord.
Yeah, well, the Discord mic is a step away. The mic for online is right underneath my mouth.
It's been going like this any time we've used Discord past like year.
I wonder what that's about. Maybe my internet connection?
Maybe.
Oh no, that's what it is.
It's got to be Discord.
Oh no. All right. Let's merge these bad boys. Ooh. I don't need you anymore. Deleteth. Be deleteth. I don't think people see that stuff. You're also going to have to zoom in too, Timbo. No one wants to see a tiny little drawing. All right, let's get rid of this. Nobody. I don't even know if I'm going to save this. It's a lame drawing. This one turned out a little bit better. This is definitely like a pro. Oh, never mind. All right, so this one's pretty good. All right, this one can use a little bit of work. That one needs a little bit of work. So these two, 4 and 5, maybe these could be like medium renders, and just put both of them on the same panel or the same slide. Then we have walking in here. how everything was so simple. Yeah, he's gonna have to break that up. I don't know if we need this panel. I guess we could. I guess these two could be on the same one. Like this. And like this. That's not too bad. I could do this panel up top, and then the bottom panel could be the rest of the room. But also, I don't want to ruin the experience in the comic book. So if I render too much, I would kind of make it not work. So I got an idea. Guess what? I'm upgrading. I'm updating and upgrading my skills. Because if we do this one, this is basically the book size. So we could keep like this is comic book. And then let's make this white like this. We'll put it in the center. And then we also have the square for social media. I wonder if AI will be helpful with this. Okay, square for social media. Whoops. Interesting. Okay, kinda. Whatever. Let's do that. Nah, that's distracting. All right, so this could go in the center here. This could go like okay, so this is what I'm figuring out. So it's this and this and I'm doing the other work. It would still be easier, yeah, to put them like this. And then what's the next one? The next one would be this one. All right. Pretty simple setup there, homie. And then this could be the detail one. So it would be him walking in one step, left step, stand, and then he scoots forward, I guess. That'd be hard to convey.
Walking in left foot first again?
He does start left foot first, yeah. That hasn't changed. So I could come in with the right foot and come around the other way. And then the last one, he could be standing at the desk. And then we could actually, from that angle, we could show the hammock. And we'd be showing the hammock for a reason. So let's do that. So that's all on one. So that's two.
You know how I get excited when the hammock gets mentioned.
Yeah, the hammock's cool. Well, I got him jumping in the hammock too. Okay, so then we got this one.
Oh, dang, I contributed.
Yeah, probably. I don't know how I'm going to do this for the book, though. So this one, this one, this one. Oh, and
that
then
hammock is the only influencing contribution I've had to this entire series.
Panels. Say that one more time. That hammock, what?
I said that hammock is the only influence/contribution I've had to this entire series.
I don't think that's true. That's definitely not true.
All right.
How dare you? Dude, you were in the room. You basically came up with this. That's how that works.
I was in the room when we talked about this. I get 50%.
Yeah.
We're only full partners now.
We're full partners. Can we get that on paper, if you don't mind? Let's get this going. Come on.
For those who don't know, that's a reference to a mutual friend who likes to jump in on projects that they're not on.
This could be an interesting panel. I like getting closer to finishing because it forces me to make decisions. I think
I think one of the things that might be slowing me down is the once the decision's made, then I could be, then I would be judged for my decision, which you can't avoid that aspect. Like, you can't even really think about it, honestly, because it just happens regardless. It's not really. Oh, I guess this would come up a little bit like this. There's a better way to do that. We'll get there. We'll get there. So this would be 3. Merge 3. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, this is a really good one. Let's render this a little bit, because then people might see it and be like, that's kind of cool. All right, that's already better. There we go. There we go. I think one of the problems is that Oliver's going to have to get darkened up and Jammer's going to have to get lightened up. We're going to have to follow those rules. What else we got here? We can do this one. Oliver, I must remind you that keeping said beings is against the cat code of conduct set forth by the Cat Collective. It'd be kind of interesting is that he starts to recite basically the propaganda of it, or whatever you would call it, and she interrupts him by finishing it, kind of like that it's pointless to tell her.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Damn it, you came up with that too. All right. Oh no. It's not funny anymore. 4, 5. Sorry. All right, there's this one. Oh, what's interesting? This face would be appropriate for that delivering that information. So then we would need 2 of these. Ooh. I like this drawing. All right, when I'm getting into this mode, how am I supposed to talk? I guess I could talk through it. So this is going to be another way for him to say something. Nah, it's too important to get this right. I'm not gonna mess it up just to keep some viewers happy. Are you kidding me? All right, let's do this. So we're gonna turn his head a little bit.
Oh. Almost dropped a big cup of screws.
Man, that would have set you back time-wise.
little tiny metal things.
No, stay committed to the style. Okay. Ooh. All right. I think we can make this work. All right, so we got to duplicate this. Copy, paste. Ooh, it's getting messy. Come on, Timbo. Can you not get so much? Let's see, right. I can improve my self-talk. All right, so then this would be here, 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 here. All right, that worked out. And then why do they look like bunnies sometimes? I get the wrong animal, I feel like. Yeah, is this the next one? Yeah, that one's a little bit better. I got this twice. I got this one. Oh, this one goes into this one. Okay. So this needs to be erased. Oh, there's a faster way to do this, bucko. All right, there. So we got this one. Freedom cost $1.05. Well, I guess if I'm not going to talk, I should put the music on. All right. From here to there to here. Yes. Nice. Nice. What do you know? Man, this drawing actually kind of stinks. Yeah. What if we do this one? Whoops. Oh. This one and this one on the same two panels. Is this about the same? I think this is about the same. Oh, let's not merge these. Also, let's get the continuity right. For freaking once. I mean, come on. Let's see. Aw.
All right, I gotta use my pressure caster, and that's not a pretty noise, so I'm gonna hop off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where are we at now? 3 hours. Probably be a good time to take a break. Be right back. I'll just pass the 3 hour mark. I feel like all right. So here we are. Ooh, interesting.
Whoa. Hmm. Ah.
Entire house? Yeah, I also mowed the lawn and planted a new garden. Holy sh! How and why? I have an essay due at midnight that I haven't started. So you did all of this instead of doing your essay? Oh yeah, I thrive under pressure. So if you're not constantly procrastinating on something that you should be doing, you'd end up doing nothing all day? Yeah, pretty much all my motivation comes from external guilt and pressure. I feel like that's not healthy. Oh, definitely not, but that's just how my brain works. Did you clean the entire house? Yeah, I also mowed the lawn and planted a new garden. Holy sh! How and why? I have an essay due at midnight that I haven't started. So you did all of this instead of doing your essay? Oh yeah, I thrive under pressure. So if you're not constantly procrastinating on something that you should be doing, you'd end up doing nothing all day? Yeah, pretty much all my motivation comes from external guilt and pressure. I feel like that's not healthy. Oh, definitely not, but that's just how my brain works. Did you clean the entire...
That's interesting.
You know what I love the most about 1975? They're my favorite band. A lot of girls like them and gay guys. Okay.
What in the world? Huh. Yeah, social media doesn't have that much to offer. I guess that's not entirely true. Oh, hey. Sorry, I'm going to have to... I think in the moments where I'm not drawing, it would probably be a little nicer if I was like on camera, then you could see what I'm doing. But we don't got it like that right now. Whoops. So we're going to do this whole jump sequence. What are we going to do here? Ooh. Then the walk in. Then I almost feel like it would be better. Well, I'm going to draw for another hour. So why don't we do that? What? What the heck? I definitely heard a phone going off. Maybe it's a neighbor. But I feel like you generally can't hear stuff like that. Maybe I'll listen to something while I draw and then play music for the rest of the world. All right, let's plug in for another hour. Santa asked me to give you a promo code for 10 viewers. Copy and activate it here. Ooh. Interesting. No, really? Oh, you know, it'd be kind of cool is if this was a more dynamic image. There it is. Hey, Kai. Thanks for stopping by. Oop. Yeah, this is my book. I don't think I know. I'm not sure I know what a manga is, honestly. Because I feel like a manga has more to do with a location. And I don't think I'm located in a place to be called a manga. But I mean, I don't know. Let's see here. But yeah, this is my book. Maybe we'll do it like this. Yeah, you like it. Cool. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad we found each other. And Kai, I can tell you have good taste in comics. What are we gonna do here? I guess what I could do is separate. Ooh. I don't know what I can tall about it, really. I don't know what I can tall about it. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know what I can tall about it. Do you mean tell? Okay, so this is a little bit better. Let's leave this. So we got this one. We got this one's kind of coming through. This one's not too bad. You know what? Why don't we get in here and do a nice render of this one? This one might do me well. One minute. Okay. I'll be here. went to drink some water. Okay, fair enough. All right. I don't think this perspective is right. I might have to redraw this. I'm sorry for my English. I don't speak or write it well. I just saw something cool and decided to come in. I know I'm a genius. Well, listen, all I do is speak English, so I cannot judge at all. I cannot judge at all. I'd like to learn Spanish. I'm trying. I told a lady at the grocery store today that I didn't speak Spanish, and she just shut down. Most of the people at that grocery store speak Spanish. So if you don't speak Spanish, you can run into some issues. So I'd like to know. I'd like to know Spanish. It's a great opportunity to learn. Yeah, I kind of like that pillow baby over there, but I'm going to have to redraw it because the perspective is wrong, and we need to focus on not getting distracted by this aspect of the story. It pulls people out of it. Wow, okay, Spanish, so Spanish. Yeah, do you know Spanish? Yeah, Spanish is cool. Let's do... Yeah, what language is your native language? Oh, you're from Moscow. So your native language would be Russian? So? S-O? Is that what it is? Your native language is Russian? No, I wasn't saying anything about it. Russian. It's interesting. I never really get to do profiles enough where they're really appropriate. I'll force profiles before Yeah, you speak Russian. That's cool. And you know English? That's pretty cool. Americans, they just know one language. Let's see. Now he's starting to look like a mouse. There's some really cool animations that come out of Russia. They still do traditional, like real animation. Like a lot of the traditional style animations that I follow on Instagram, they'll come from an artist in Russia. Like there are people that still do like cut out pieces of paper type of stuff, kind of experimental. It's pretty amazing. Oh yes, I have Instagram block. But you have a VPN. There you go. Yeah, Instagram's a fun platform. The old VPN, that'll get us there. Please speak more slowly. I don't understand everything. Okay. I can understand how me speaking too fast can be difficult. So Kai, I do not mind doing that for you. Because you are the only one in the chat. Smells like I'm making rolls. But I'm actually heating a rotisserie, which is a chicken. VPN work equal good work Instagram. I have my public. Oh, your Instagram account is public. That what you're saying? Hi, Kai. All right, thanks for stopping by. Give me a follow if you can. All right, where are we at here? Might have to step away for a little bit. That puts us at 4 hours. And so, yeah, I think I'm going to handle some errands and some chores. And then if I have some time, I'll come back and draw a little bit longer. So. Series B. Cool. All right, y'all. Until next time.